vendors came and went there. It did not go well for Taco Bell, and there was all that stress at the old Panda Express. So stick with us in your set. Our cooking standards straight from corporate. It'll be like any other location, except no small talk about your occupation. Not allowed at the McDonald's in the Pentagon. Repeating nuggets, we put plenty on. And our faces flush through every rush. The beef gets so discordant, but your work is so important. Working at the Pentagon. I'm an employee at the Pentagon. Working at the Pentagon. All the DoorDash drivers get confused, cause users blew through the clues, didn't per user reviews. Cause like, you just got to check on McDonald's, not checking which one that you spent it on. Bitch, you hit the Pentagon.
Let the bass kick.
Goodness, I'm so sorry. 10 minutes of doing nothing. Anyway. Hello everyone and welcome to Red Violet TV. I'm your host, T the KTK, bringing you television on the internet. My chat plugin is not working. Hi Hatchet. Hold on. Do you mind? Anyway, I don't normally stream over the weekend. But when I finished American Nightmare on Friday, I had the thought that, like, all I have left of Control is the Alan Wake expansion. And I assumed it wouldn't take that long. So I'm going to do it. And get it checked off the list. But now we have all the... There we go. Now we have all the context we need to understand everything about Alan Wake before Alan Wake 2. And what do I understand? I'm still not 100% sure if it's the lake that brings creations to life or not. What kind of effect it had on other people. I mean, it's clear that the old gods of Asgard began to think that they were those gods. Because apparently, like, the music that they wrote around Cauldron Lake was influenced somehow by the power that was there. We'll figure it out. To be honest, I'd actually like to review the collectibles that I found that pointed me at Bright Falls in Control, because I glanced at them, but I didn't really, like, give them the proper time of day. So that's what we're going to do right now. I'm not going to spend too much time sitting here talking. I'm just going to explain that yesterday, I was at a family gathering. I was going to stream yesterday, but I didn't, because I was busy. I'm not busy now. I'm in control. Hi. Oh. Right, that's main game stuff. Case files. Bright Falls summary. An unconfirmed threshold manifestation at Cauldron Lake, Washington, resulting in a fictional story written by the author Alan Wake, creating an AWE, which in reality was altered to match that of the story, though only locally and for a limited time. So it did happen just in that region. Mr. Kirkland, head of investigations, was alerted on September 13th, 2010 by ex-Bureau agent Frank Breaker. I knew it! So, when Sheriff Breaker contacts people in the town, one of the first people she says to contact is her dad. And to use the code word Night Springs. An AWE event was taking place in Bright Falls, referred to events investigated in 1970, 76, and 78. One of those, I want to say 76, was Thomas Zane? Potentially? Breaker had received a call from Barry Wheeler, Alan Wake's literary agent, on behalf of Breaker's daughter, Sarah, who's the current sheriff of Bright Falls. Yep, a Bureau field team arrived on the site 2 days later, only to confirm that the event was over. Interviews were conducted. Yeah, 1970 was Thomas Zane. 76 and 78 were Odin and Tor Anderson. So yes, they did affect the old gods of Asgard. Which is probably why they wrote songs about the events that happened to Thomas. So that they could create a narrative there to help him? I don't know. Alan Wake was believed to blank instigator. Eyewitness reports highlight an old light switch, possible object of power. Knew it. Bet blank missing. Wake was not found at the scene. Reports claim he dived into the lake, but nobody was recovered in the research. Alice, Mr. Wake's wife, was found during the Bureau investigation. She was interviewed and evaluated. She showed signs of severe mental trauma in the form of blank memory loss. She was later directed to treatment. It was concluded that she had been trapped in the threshold during its manifestation. Notable individuals still missing from Bright Falls are FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale and Dr. Emil Hartman, referred to Creator's Dilemma in the file regarding Cauldron Lake Lodge. Huh. Zane mentions Emil in the manuscript pages that Thomas wrote, which I think is interesting. He was apparently an editor. Bureau researchers believe that this event was the result of a forceful perception of subjective reality stemming from Mr. Wake, or overlapping on our own. Wake has been flagged as a potential para-utilitarian prime candidate file. In 2011, a book by Clay Stewart titled The Alan Wake Files was published by Roundabout Press. Agents interviewed Clay Stewart and suspected minor para-utilitarian sensitivity. He was placed under indefinite surveillance. A monitoring station was established at Cauldron Lake to alert the Bureau of any further activity. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else immediately before going into
entry day plus 1/8.
Wake stuff is part of the hotline. Interesting. We did kind of skip it.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle. Trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss. So it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away. And made weak because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man. A man desperate to escape. She sensed something else, too. A hunger in the dark. Not unlike the hostile resonance. Waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences. It was this, more than the man's despair, that made her follow the call. The elevator lights winked back on. The darkness receded like a memory. There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation Sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
Okay.
Everything's good here, Director.
I guess we go to the investigation sector. Are you ready for some Alan? Oh.
Hello? Anyone here? Guess not.
Missing agents. Here's a list of agents confirmed missing, presumed dead from the containment breach yesterday. Connor, Ezra Cruz, Caroline Dempsey, Lindsay Malcolm, Charles Murray, and Derek Shaw. Letters of condolence will be delivered to you to sign to prior sending to their families. You'll be updated as soon as the conditions are made. A network engineer checked how many cases were backed up digitally. Unfortunately, a large number of active investigations were not archived yet. Only hard copies of the report exist behind the firebreak. They're lost, I'm afraid.
Seems a lot more crowded than the rest of the Bureau.
Tractor. Okay. Mr. Burroughs' death is not the result of mechanical claim by authorities. Resignation. To whom it may concern. That was weird. It's with great anger and regret that I tender my resignation as head of investigations for the Federal Bureau of Control. I do this in protest of the rampant disregard of my department's blank. My staff cannot continue to work in these conditions. Previous requests and warnings have fallen on deaf ears, so I must now rely on my actions. I blame the situation on our blank, who has routinely ignored my requests for assistance reclaiming the parts of the investigation sector lost to the blank, loose inside. Okay, so there was neglect of the investigation sector. Interesting. Darling investigation. Internal investigation has launched to the ethical practices of Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Despite the accounts of anonymous blank regarding inhumane treatment of a blank currently housed in the Bureau, our official findings regarding were inconclusive. Huh. Mr. Denise, a request came through recently from an FBI agent asking for all our files on Bright Falls. Specifically on the disappearance of the author Alan Wake. Per the Interagency Information Exchange Agreement, I had some paper pushers gather up a folder with all the pre-approved files. Don't worry, all the inappropriate materials either missing or redacted. But I'm writing to let you know that we received a request from a special agent named Alex Casey. Sounds familiar, right? That's because Alex Casey is the name of the fictional detective in those hard-boiled crime books Alan wrote. Pretty interesting that an FBI agent sharing a name with the most famous character Wake wrote is looking into a case dealing with the writer's fiction coming true. I think it's worth looking into, but what's your opinion? Huh. Staffing, increase in AWE cases, and yes, it would be a good idea to put together a special task force. However, it seems tiny detail. Okay.
It's not working. Probably a loose power core somewhere. There. Now that gate should open.
Tractor procedure. Item is not in Bureau custody. An elk tractor. Olive green, dried blood in the grill. Growls. It's in a farm outside of Trenton, Texas. Ethics investigation. Internal investigation P142 was launched into the legality of the Prime Candidate Program by the Federal Bureau. Since all known subjects relevant to the investigation used executive privilege to decline interviews, very little first-hand information was gathered. However, anonymous sources and documentation declassified by Mr. Kirkland both paint an alarmingly clear picture of systematic blank and blank blank. Or blank and blank. Blank were brought into the oldest house and placed under blank examination and testing with the aim of appointing one as director upon maturity. This program has produced no successful cases and only resulted in the traumatic blank, the paranaturally inclined blank. Not only is this in breach of the Ash Act, but it flies in the face of basic human blank. I mean, it is worth noting that we are 6 and 7. Statistically, that means that there were children who died. I'm growing tired of your blatant attempts to lay your incompetence at my doorstep. I know you want this to be true, but you are head of investigations. What do you think would happen holding a dangerous specimen in investigations? The containment sector exists for a reason. They're better trained and better equipped for this work. They've admirably taken on a certain AWE monitoring responsibilities that your staff no longer capable of. And don't think your petty internal investigations have gone past my notice. You are a worm. Everything I've done has been for the benefit of the Bureau. The Prime Candidate program only failed because of Darling. You are both failures plotting against me. Huh. So he was investigating Trench because of the human rights violations of abducting children. Underhill's a professor of Woodrow at the University of Woodrow in the United Kingdom, where she teaches biology with a focus on botany. She once worked with the Bureau as a parabotanist stationed in the research sector of the oldest house. No incidents or demerits. Has no known connections to paracriminal organizations. Hold the fuck up. You can't just drop a little nugget like paracriminal organization. Please tell me about paracriminal organizations. That's all I want to know about forever now. Cauldron Lake update. Ooh. Juicy. To Chief Investigator Denise, it happened again, 3rd time this year. Something certainly has it out for our blank. Could be raccoons. The locals certainly complain about them enough. But what the hell would raccoons keep going after our monitoring station? I've got a Bureau tech going to the site next week to take a look. Next on the list of recurring problems is the staff at the Lake House Research Station. How am I supposed to effectively keep an eye on blank lake, Cauldron Lake? They won't let me see any data. Hell, I don't even know what they're researching out there. We need to petition them to share their info with investigations agents. It's only a matter of time before this shit hits again. And I want to be prepared. If anyone at HQ asks why the Bright Falls report is a little thin this month, tell them it's because we couldn't get any readings. In the meantime, invest in raccoon traps. So the agency is being sabotaged for one reason or another. I got all the main collectibles in this room. So let's just go forward. Investigations itself was gutted and cut because of conflicts between the director of investigation, or the head of investigations, and the director. And it seems like the entire section was shuttered because they had a specimen and refused to give it to...
I'm no detective, but something definitely happened here.
Blessed Organization. This group/individual has operated outside of the Bureau's notice for decades, perhaps longer, displaying a level of skill and caution rarely seen in paracriminal groups. In 2016, a production company called Blessed Pictures was connected to the altered item case, as well as the death of an agent from exposure to illicit paranatural materials. In 1994, a Los Angeles-based public speaker named Chester Bless was involved with the illegal use of an altered item. Huh. Horrifying, thank you.
Do we know each other? This feels familiar. I can't seem to... I've forgotten it. I'm sorry. My name is Alan Wake. Who are you? Who are you? Do I know you?
I'm your friend Tom. Tom Zane. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom. The poet. The diver. You look different.
That was just a role. A character. The protagonist I played in my old film. I'm a filmmaker. An auteur like yourself. We're working on this together, remember? An artistic collaboration.
Huh. But why does he look like me? Is that Scratch?
You need a drink.
Endless darkness. Nothing holds still.
But we're very close now. You've been writing. You found a way to escape. It'll work this time.
Writing?
You found a way!
No. I don't... Wait. There's something. It's my double. He's out there. I've seen it.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. I'm dealing with it. It's fine, my friend. Let me handle him.
You've met him? What the hell?
Now, come on.
Interesting cut.
You misunderstand me.
So what's the deal with Zane? I guess. Why does he look like Alan?
That was Alan Wake, the writer who went missing in that AWE case I read about. What's he doing here? And Thomas Zane was with him. The poet. No, wait. He was a filmmaker. I always remember that wrong.
Oh. Well, that's... It's a billboard out there. Is that just a reflection of the... It's a reflection of the machine. Ooh. Please tell me this is an episode of Night Springs. Is that like a dartboard? Yeah. Probably don't want to be in the dark.
Dr. Emil Hartman, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Broke loose.
Well, no, we're gonna hear the whole thing.
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment. What he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay. Violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC. Brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark.
Huh.
Lurking, roaming, waiting.
So Hartman...
Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound. A resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't.
Huh.
Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
Okay, so that further implies that whatever forms of darkness are coming out of Cauldron Lake, it's consuming things, people, and making, like, corrupted versions of them, maybe? Because we saw that with Mr. Scratch and Alan. Apparently it did that with Hartman. It did that with Barbara after Zane lost her and wrote her as a character to create her. So, I don't know. But that is a separate entity. That is what he's implying, that the hiss and the darkness are definitely different.
Killed everyone it could. Lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. A resonance.
Mwah.
The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
Just a little quick save. Alright, so that is destroyed. That shit's here. Oh God. I got crushed by the door. So for the record, this in-between space between like specific chunks of sectors or buildings in the bureau, in the house, this area is the fire break. And I looked it up the meaning because I was genuinely curious.
Creepy, damp, and abandoned. Why did Wake want me to come here?
Fire breaks are specifically like patches of land that are created to prevent wildfires. That's funky.
That doesn't look like a house shift. Do I even want to know?
shaded facet. Filing and processing. Confiscated motive.
The hiss are already in here.
Let me in. Fine. All right. Bit of quick looking around. A Hartman arrest. Victims' names: Wake, Allen, Anderson, Tor, Anderson, Odin, Blank, Rudolph Lane, Wendy DeSole, Thomas Anderson. Kidnapping of altered individuals, sanctions against alternate organizations, obstruction of Bureau investigation, breaching the Ash Act. Offenders' property seized as evidence to be used in conjunction with an ongoing AWE investigation. Offenders' personal effects have been sent to research for analysis. After being cleared by Bureau researchers, all victims have been released. Biannual surveillance orders were assigned to each, except the Anderson brothers due to their senility, and Wake, possibly deceased. Literally said they're too old. Foot? My man had a weird foot kink.
Whoa. Looks like the house has gotten a little wild in here.
Ammo refund chance on hit. Do I have that on anything? No. So what are some of the new mods? Melee damage after melee kills. Interesting. Oh, I'm betting you there's a way in. We'll figure it out. We already got the fast travel. That weird shit's still happening. And that area was blocked off. So it's just down here in the service tunnel.
This darkness is blocking the door.
Aim a powerful light source.
Now I have to deal with an interdimensional noise and sentient shadows. Light burns it away, huh? Makes sense.
Interesting. That's literally... Huh. It's cool to see that it exists. Are we gonna fight? Ooh. Are we gonna fight enemies? Based on the darkness? Boop. Well, luckily I'm immune to the mold. So I'm free to roam in here. Oh, God. There we go. Don't know what that accomplished. But those did look like the things you're supposed to shoot when you're doing the Ati, like, cleanup mission. Also did a 2-star mod. That was Hartman. Cool. Surge fires adhesive munitions that detonate when manually triggered, or if their timer expires. Interesting. We have a new weapon. I like that. Well, this is the other side. That plant needs talking to. And there ain't nothing here.
The third thing. The sound made darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a worm through time. The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Phaeton.
He wasn't either of the darkness or the hiss.
Carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're in new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Phaeton. There was nothing ordinary about Phaeton.
Haha. I need to get the lights on. Interrogation complaint. You put me on desk duty just because I did the thing I was fucking hired to do? Asking us to interrogate these scum without using words like altered items or AWEs or paracriminal is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, and I've heard some stupid things. I already know the facts. Hell, they know just as much as us, if not more. And they get to sit there laughing at us while we dance around our words, trying not to leak classified terminology. They already know the fucking terms.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors, motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance, even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are very mixed, but mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted, sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how, exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck. Cooperate. Okay, there we go.
Anything?
That was faint, but I definitely I think I might have finally caught one. The recording better work this time, or I swear to God, What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
It took his gun? Interesting. Black market. Black market hub specializing in trading of occult talismans, relics, and other assorted ceremonial objects, as well as genuine, altered, and paranatural items. It's rated in the Czech Republic. There's a growing underground market of paranatural materials, which implies a growing awareness of their existence among a niche group of the general public. These criminal individuals do not seem aware of the item's paranatural powers, and their attempts to activate them could prove devastating. Oh.
Darkness every. The plants in here have died standing up. Lighten them up.
Ah, more plants. All right, let's go make some new friends.
Hi.
Reminder, all employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed. Astral drives do not accumulate overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
Damn. What do you mean I can't claim overtime? I was trapped in another dimension. Eagle Limited. The Shadow. Localized manifestations of sentient shadows capable of occupying organic and inorganic material. shaded individuals, human bodies corrupted by the shadow. These individuals become notably more aggressive, but do seem to retain fragments of their previous selves. Research is ongoing as to whether this condition is reversible. Inanimate objects are exclusively destructive tools. Each type seems to have a shared goal, probably sharing with certain individuals. See AWE 35, which may imply shared link. The threat this entity poses warrants immediate exploration.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps create it? With
Fair
Wake
question.
Now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions.
I wonder if then
Cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is
this might have been recorded.
I must be off on my rounds.
That might have been recorded while he was holding him. They hurt. Youch. Airborne Hiss Rangers. Damn. Okay. Shine light on the plants. Little honks. There were extra lights. You not the plant I'm supposed to shine light on? I guess not.
There you go.
Oh.
Doesn't that feel better? Welcome back to the land of the living, little buddy.
So I already cleared the mold in that room. Yeah. Where are the plants in the abandoned office? Aha. Was there one in this corner? Because there was one on the other side. No. Okay. There's a lamp in here, which if they're giving you one here, that tells me that there's something close by that requires the attention. I'm blanking. I'm just looking around. Got that one. Don't see any in the offices. Huh. There we go. And that's how we get to the crate. Critical dodge efficiency. So I'm guessing, like, dodge is better when low health. They cost on dealing shield ability damage. That's 2. Where is plant number 3? Guess they can be in these offices. I just don't know where. That don't count. Usually when they ask me to water a plant, it'll be like the little potted plants. And that was where the corrupted door was. Oh. Come on, buddy. There we go. Alright, eliminate the darkness is in areas I haven't been yet. And the mold, areas I haven't been yet. So, we keep exploring. But critically, we cleared bits that we've already been through. But yeah, that recording of him investigating Alan might have been from when he was in his hospital. But it is also fun to imagine that it could be fucking Scratch who came back or was coming out of. Or like he freshly came out of the lake and decided to pay a visit. Active investigations. Alright, so I'm going to switch back off of Surge. Why don't we go... Let's stick with Shatter. I love me shotgun.
I don't feel right. Something in this darkness is draining me.
Oh, of my energy. Interesting. So it makes it harder to look around to do things. Oh, it's another power conduit. Vending machine procedures. Vending machine, its front covered in faux wood panel, coin-operated buttons for selecting products. The item generates and stores a variety of material, both edible and otherwise, in its rows of internal trays. Initial testing suggests the item reacts to the mind of the individual in closest proximity and will produce whatever they subconsciously desire. Attempts to cause the item to create living blank have failed. The item was discovered in a nursing home in Blank, Alberta, after a resident named Muriel Blank called a news station about a magic vending machine. That's a cute little SCP reference. Probably not intentionally, but it seems very SCP adjacent. Excursion to the Ocean View Motel and Casino discovered a previously unseen door in the lobby hallway. The door featured a spiral-shaped marking, designation door blank, similar to the other doors and cannot be forced open. Alice Wake, a person of interest in the Bright Falls AWE, and the former wife of missing author, contacted agents Shaw and Dempsey of the investigation sector using a phone number given to her in 2010 in accordance with civilian outreach. The call resulted in Mrs. Wake being brought into the oldest house for an in-person interview in 2017. The excursion on the Ocean View Motel occurred later that same day. Determining whether this was a basic synchronicity event, if Alice Wake is responsible for its appearance, or if the door itself relates to AWE 35 is paramount. Emil Hartman is an academic psychotherapist that owned and operated a recovery center in Bright Falls, Washington, focused on the treatment of artists struggling with creative blocks or other mental disorders. Publicly, Dr. Hartman's treatment center seemed unremarkable in its methods and purpose. Privately, however, he was abusing his patients in order to utilize any latent, I'm going to assume para-utilitarian abilities that may possess with the aim of shaping reality to his own benefit, which has earned him a Class 2 paracriminal designation. For more on the link between the artists and their ability to warp reality through artistic mediums, investigations have proven that Dr. Hartman's illegal endeavors were conducted alone. After being approached by the Bureau during a blank investigation, he displayed no remorse or intention to cease. Dr. Hartman was taken into custody, evaluated, and released blank months later. Having been deemed a negligible threat, his medical license has been permanently revoked. So yes, he's always been manipulative or harmful towards these creative individuals because of his initial discoveries of the lake and his want and attempt to control people. But also, was that him? Or was it written? You know what I mean? The vents look damaged. Like I can enter them. There's no other way to go in this room, unfortunately. Not until I clear the...
Shit. Now what? What is that?
Come on, elevator, time to go.
Look at him.
So you don't like the light. Who is that?
Go up. All right. Yeah, they really did stretch him.
Yeah, how do you like that?
Interesting. I don't know if I got all the plugs. I feel like I missed one. Thought there was one up there. Night Springs screenplay. A screenplay was found after the Bureau acquired the Night Springs television series and all its past episode scripts. Appears to be written by Alan Wake and as part of an application to become the show's writers. Over the Threshold Darkly. It's only human nature to wish for control forces around us. The secret... A secret lab, large sign on the wall reads the Federal Bureau of Night Springs. Told you several times, Director, it isn't ready. It's ready when I say it's ready, Doctor. But being beyond the portal, we have no control over it. Cute.
Brian Hennerman, 21 years old, resident of southern Texas.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night with a, a K, not an N, not night, like night.
Yeah.
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
No one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I look smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off, and I could move out of my parents' basement, and maybe even go to college and get a film degree like I've always wanted to. I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
Interesting.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Listen, this is being blown way out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman had been brought in, and since I'm a huge Alan Wake fan, I thought it'd be cool to get a copy of The Creator's Dilemma signed. That's a book that Hartman wrote about.
We know what it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, I was just looking to fill out my Wake collection. I certainly didn't know Hartman had turned into some kind of shadow zombie.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk jockey. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time, and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them.
Oh, right. That's the Panopticon guy.
Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Langston. But this is going on your record, so one more screw-up and our next chat won't be so friendly.
Great. That is just great to hear, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I could get my copy of The Creator's Dilemma back?
Get out.
Be interesting if they had unique dialogue for, like, going back to Langston and being like, hey, so I may or may not have had contact to Alan through the hotline. You want to know about that?
Arcade machines. Shoom.
Shoom.
Shim? Shoom. Whoom. Whatever.
Shwum. Believe it is Shoom. Let's do it. Oh, okay. Thank God. I thought it was going to be, like, crunchy the whole time. Where'd you go? I can't move. There we go. Going up against big guys can be tricky. Oh, it's one of the ones from the Foundation that teleports. There we go. Alright, so that was one wave. Okay. I hear something. Oh, it's you. Look at that. That's efficiency. All right. They have... I don't know what this is monitoring, but I was actually checking up there for Bright Falls. Based on the fact that they have transportation icons on the map, it tells me that that's maybe safe travel passage for agents or something. Oh, there's a ball. Where's the ball? See the ball. The healing can't heal armor, can it? Damn. Okay, so that's what that is. That's neat. I want to know what the actual game is, based on all this art. Looks like Excite Bike Joust. We investigate further.
What are you doing in investigations?
Jesus, don't scare me like that, Winston.
If you're talking right now, I can't hear you. It's a one-way system. Try to find an intercom.
Langston, it's me, Jesse.
I know. I can see you on the monitors. The cameras in there haven't worked since we sealed that sector off a couple years back.
Let me guess. You sealed it because of the monster guy.
Wait, did you see Dr. Hartman? Jesus, I really wish you hadn't opened that fire break. Okay, listen, you need to find Hartman and kill him before he gets out into the Bureau.
That thing is a person?
He was a person. We brought him here to study after he was, altered in an AWE. I forget the medical word for what happened, but now light physically hurts him. Do you have a flashlight?
No.
A lantern? Headlamp? Oh yeah, flare gun. Oh, Christmas lights. You could wrap them around your...
I don't have any of those.
Cute little references.
Shit. Okay, well, I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll keep an eye on you from the Panopticon. This is kind of exciting, right?
Maybe from where you're standing.
Right. Okay, well, break a leg. Oh, why did I say that?
Okay, This Hartman thing can't have gotten very far. Let's go flush him. Out. Langston was right. This is kind of exciting.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon, people treat me different, like I'm crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the altered items like I do, you know? I don't want to brag, but it does take a very empathetic mind to connect with the items.
Doesn't
Still,
want to brag.
Why people are making it so personal.
Right.
I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items.
Yeah, it's because he's
really
built like a
aren't
brick
once
shithouse. Have you
get
seen the
to
man?
know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves.
I wanna
like
hear
it's
him.
a race, and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone else. He was Trench's golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's
Of course,
just gonna talk forever,
can't always
isn't
make
he?
it home for mealtime, so I have my neighbor check in on Alfred at 7 o'clock if I'm not back yet. She's very nice. Her name is Maria. She's older. She came to New York in the 50s to attend school and has been here ever since.
I gotta
She has a
hear.
kid.
How long
I
does
met
this
them at
go?
Thanksgiving. Big family. Very nice people. Anyway, she has a key to my apartment, and she gives Alfred his dinner if I'm not home. I'm gonna have to buy her a nice fruit arrangement as a thank you after this. I'm missing a lot of Alfred's meal times. She's probably gonna have to go to the store for more wet food. I'll have to remember to pay her back. Hold on, let me make a note. Pay back Maria for
He loves his cat. I assume it's a cat. You don't often specify wet food for dogs.
Oh, one more thing.
Sometimes.
And buy her a
I don't know how many people were actually going to sit here and listen to this man.
All right, done. Are you a cat person? I don't think I ever asked. You seem like one, though.
It is a
like
cat.
Alfred, he's very proper. Really carries himself well. I named him after my favorite poet. Felt like a good fit. I got Alfred just before Sylvia died when I was at the... You know, I don't really remember where I got Alfred from. But, boy, those two did not get along. Oh, no. Sylvia thought she owned the place. Didn't like me getting in her way, scratched me more than once when I was just trying to move her food bowl. That cat was a real asshole.
Wow.
I'm realizing now that language was
kinda
not
harsh.
entirely professional. You see, Sylvia didn't tolerate most people, or animals, or anything. And that's what I meant when I said asshole. I would never use that word about a person. It was just, hey, there's a light flashing on the console here. I got to, check this out. I'll get back to you later.
Real smooth, Langston.
Alright, so the first thing... I don't want to do Bright Falls just yet, because that's too obvious. FRA Marudo. So it's all the stuff on the right side here. How many things are here? We got a mold at the end. There's a darkness. And the plants are also down that way. Framaro. Unfamiliar with this. Sitting on 2 abilities. Jesus! I just open the door and immediately get John Marston. God damn. Squishy. Seized protection. Incoming damage after seizing enemy. Ooh, interesting. A distance of 10 feet between the items suppress their effect. Effect only triggers on physical contact. Items are a pair of arcade cabinets originally designed for the games Shum and Shum 2, Kulgar's Revenge. Games were manufactured by Bonco Entertainment, now out of business. Despite being a popular arcade game in Japan during the late 80s, early 90s, no other Shum cabinets have been found by our investigators. When touching one of the items while it stands within 10 feet of its counterpart, the user's mind is transported to a version of their subjective reality that resembles a video game in logic and function. Events from their everyday lives become game-like sequences in which speed and efficiency are paramount. The brain enters a stroke-like state, as proven by EEG studies, only ends after the user finishes their game. Uh-huh. I will return to the Shum machine. Just... Ooh. Hi, buddy. That's a little freaky. Oh, there's a big spotlight on it. I'm gonna guess there's some sort of boss fight where I'm riding this. Can I steer it at all? I think that's what I do with this. So I need another power core. Okay. It looked like a power core, or like a battery. I need to bring a flashlight down here.
Shit.
I see. So I have to very carefully position it in such a way to make sure that the spotlight is accurate. Damn. Okay, hold on. Like an inch? Not what I wanted. There we go. You can't slow me down. This is really neat, combining the mechanics of both games.
Damn it. Oh, it's too dark in here to fight this thing.
Where do I plug it in? Where do I plug it in? Why'd you give me a power core? Ooh, my frames. Little crate. Hashtag little crate. I do apologize for being a little bit quiet, a little low energy. I am trying. I'm just absorbing. Soaking in the atmosphere. This is a really good DLC so far, though. Like, all we've done is, like, 3 things.
We're gonna try this one more time, and we're done playing. Understand, Joe, where are you from?
Jumblebrain. Up and loose and heavy treat sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly, they're arranging.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School bearing work. Eyes many cauterizing leaks through in the back. And Wendy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there a Mitchell at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what? Never mind. I can't
Tubes.
do this anymore. Just send this thing to the guys at research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? Let them cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
Fascinating. You can only dream of being forklift certified. I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying, Squirtle. There we go. Okay, okay. Shit. There we go. Hello? Gaming. Okay. Jesus. I have no HP. There's some HP. There we go. All right, it played the fight's over sound. So the fight's over. I see darkness in the room, but I don't see, like... Can I grab that off the... No. Oh! That's what this did. Cute. Okay. Just want to go back real quick and hit the gritty. Yeah, let's just move forward. That's a hidden area? Would that not be the first thing anyone looks at? Alright, we have a 5-star projectile boost. Hell yeah. I'm not keeping anything under a 4. Alright, that's coming up. The mold is at the end. It opens a closet with a single spotlight in it. The visual effect for the darkness is really interesting. Comparing it to the older games. I'm sure there was a designer on staff who was like super excited to use the updated engine to revisit some of the aspects of stuff.
Looks like whatever force had a hold on Hartman isn't mixing well with his corruption.
Okay.
Lake
I'm
did
just going
call
to
him
stop.
the third thing.
My mother always said, never talk to strangers. Always. Never. Always. Never. But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know?
I'm turning that off. Dr. Hartman's the first Type 2 shaded individual to be examined alive by the Bureau and has proven a valuable asset for our understanding of A10, aka the Shadow. Like all shaded individuals, the specimen is constantly shielded or produces a veil of darkness that makes visual observation difficult. This shield also protects the specimen from harm. During testing, non-lethal ballistics proved ineffective. The specimen uses words and phrases that seem to originate from its previous life as a therapist. Some phrases have even been identified as quotes from the book The Creator's Dilemma. It seems to indicate the host personality remains intact to some degree. For research purposes, Shaded Hartman was relocated to the Cauldron Lake Lodge replica built for the blank AWE investigation. Probably the Bright Falls AWE investigation. Researchers hope a familiar setting may trigger a new behavior. Yeah, no, we're saving that for last.
Director Faden here. Dispatch a ranger to this location.
I love that I can do that. Shooter dodge efficiency. Vigorous dodge efficiency. Guessing shooter dodge efficiency is a weapon mod, yeah.
This piece is called Me and You.
I'm not listening to Langston's poetry. I'm not his best friend. I'm not going to his fucking open mic nights.
A chain letter. I remember these. Mom used to say they were evil. Better do what it says. You know, just in case. There must be a photocopier around here.
You know what? I'm dropping everything to do this now. Following the NASA-FBC Coordination Agreement of 1972, the Bureau has provided NASA with numerous technological advancements. Oh! Including the BlackRock lining now found in all spacefaring vessels. In return, all data gathered during space missions are available for us to analyze. Certain individuals have raised concern that its relationship doesn't adequately benefit the Bureau, intellectually or financially. A thorough examination of the costs incurred by both organizations has shown that the expense of NASA's recent launch far outweighs the spending related to the processing and delivering of BlackRock. From its medium Earth orbit, the ISS will provide the Bureau with an unparalleled resource for remotely monitoring and photographing AWE sites. Fair enough. There's the photos copier.
This certainly feels familiar.
Mail 3 copies of the chain letter. Utility abandoned offices. Because that's in another section that I haven't visited yet. I'm also guessing that feels familiar. Waka Waka is all like, remember when I was trapped in a hellscape nightmare? Looping in on itself forever? I have to get to the tube machine.
That's 1 cent.
Wait, is it not doing the thing anymore? Okay. Fast travel. Observation. Yeah, transit terminal. think there was a mail thing in here. You know what? Do the explosives work here? It's probably what they're for. Don't really have any Surge-specific mods yet. I'm outside of the scope of the original room. For the quest. Might have been in the upper area. Oh, there's a collectible thing over here. Seized reload efficiency. Personal mods full. Are they? Well, shit. I don't have any dupes, do I? I can't really tell. I don't think I do. Maybe it's in the other part of the observation deck. Like in there? Yes.
2 down, 1 to go.
That's in a whole other section of the map that I'm not at yet, though. So we're gonna finish investigating the FRA Morrow area. I don't know what else you'd call it. I actually kind of want to double check if there's stuff in this, like not maze, but like in this little area that I might have missed. So I was panicking. Does not seem to be the case. There we go. AWE loading bay.
This is the director. I need a ranger at this location immediately.
The director steps closer to the horrible entity. He reaches out with his hand. You are mine now, creature. I will return you to my facility and control your power. The entity instead rushes towards and engulfs the director. He screams in pain as the scientist looks on and does nothing. I am not the one being examined. I am not the one locked inside a prison. Gradually, the director emerges from the entity. His once sparkling eyes are now empty and dull. They are in control.
Reinforcements are here.
Oh, good. Get to work. There we go. I thought you were my friendly one. You are not. Okay. Did he fall but not die? I think he fell but didn't die. I'm just gonna check the rest of the room for things. No, that is a lethal fall. Okay. So whatever happened with Big Man kind of killed my progress. Womp. Get that ranger on deck.
I need a ranger dispatched to my position.
I don't know why. I don't know why this thing is so kind of annoying to use. Like, I'd rather just use charge. I mean, I'd rather use neither. I like the shotgun more. There we go. There. Now I can progress. And to be clear, there's like nothing else in this room. Oh, there's plants. That was plant 1. There's probably one in here. Yes. I have to imagine it's actually a bit ahead. What is that sound, though? Okay, no, this is loading bay vents. Hang on a minute. Pretty sure the door that I just opened up is the door to the mold as well. Yep. I mean, unless there's a straight-up upgrade at this point, I don't think any new personal mods are really going to stand out. This spooky man letter has found you. The spooky man curse is coming. To miss the curse, you must mail this letter to people. If you don't, the curse will get you. The more letters you mail, the better off you will be. Sally and Houston did not send the letter, and the spooky man ate her cat. Terrence and Greenston didn't. Kyle did not send it, and his wife eats his dinner alone. Linda did send 30 letters in total, and look at her now. She owns 3 cars. She has all her fingers. She speaks Italian. Alright, so mold has been eradicated in this chunk of the map. I think the other mold location is over to the left there. I wonder what he wants from this particular AWE. It's the lunar lander? Ah, paranatural entity arrived on Earth by infiltrating the Apollo 14 lunar mission at an unknown point to their voyage to the Framaro Highlands of the Moon. 32 hours after the Apollo 14 command module returned the module to Earth, the Bureau was contacted by Blank, a White House senior official, and instructed to send a small team to the Johnson Center in Houston. At the base, the team examined the entity and carried out interviews with NASA's staff. They learned that 4 astronauts had returned to Earth instead of the expected 3. Each human crew member was insistent that the mission was left with 4, but they couldn't name the 4th. The entity seemingly affected their memory to make its presence feel unremarkable. It was transported to the oldest house. An altercation between NASA security and the investigation team occurred upon their arrival. Mr. Blank called to clarify the matter, though tensions remained high. That's fucked up. I kind of love it. I need to find where you plug the thing in. Apollo 14 entity, commonly known as FRA, underwent a series of physical examinations upon its admittance. The entity can speak, though poor grasp of the English language makes any meaningful communication impossible. Interview material found blank. Its physical form consists solely of the mobility unit spacesuit used by the astronauts, the same model worn by the other crew. This could be authentic EMU taken from one of the astronauts, though the suit does not bear any wearer's name, or materialized through blank conversion or possibly blank corporealization. It is damaged, which is likely due to the fact that the command module did not have a 4th seat. The EMU is entirely hollow, and pieces can be removed, though this seems to agitate the entity. X-rays and spectrograph imaging shown blank-shaped outlines existing within the suit. For safety reasons, the entity will be contained in a secure cell. Love the hoop. The Jam Slam Mega Hoop. Hi, buddy. That was a good jump scare. So what? Okay, no, it opened the door, is what it did. Alright, so we gotta kill that guy.
There. One less place for him to hide.
I'm going to assume... What? Speak with the voice on the cell. Gerbil took the top head. Yeah, no, send me back in the room. I'm going to assume that's the spacesuit. Also, hang on. Have to check every time now. Crunchy. The intercom was probably in that office, but now I'm just poking around. I don't know why they decided to remake the moon. That's kind of what I find fascinating about the Bureau, is that they are reconstructing entire chunks. I guess because they want to determine, like, was that a factor, right? Like, was location a thing that caused the entity to exist? And that's a fair question. I don't believe there's anything up here. I just had to be sure. Is the voice on the intercom not in this room then? It mentions a cell. That's a mobile lab. Oh, the holding cell. There it is.
Yes, hello? Yes, me? Worry who?
Hello?
Hello! Great about us today. Long roads and no hardly. You are Bygone?
Sure. Why are you locked up in here?
Ah, casual turning. Back in front. And Gerbil took the top head. Not being pressed for that. Lady going and loosing back for eye?
Sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding you. What do you want?
The head? The head for tails? For reading news, jars, words, and tumble. The reading head.
Okay, take it easy. I'll take a look.
Find...
So maybe it wants something to read. Or a jar. Let's just see what we can find.
The reading head. Dinosaur.
This could be what it wants. Let's give it a shot.
It's the first thing I saw.
No, jars. A head. Scotch and peppers? Head.
Okay, that wasn't right. Let's try something else.
Jars, head. That's toilet paper. That's whiskey. It's a bottle, not a jar. Let's check out the other mobile lab. I appreciate that Jesse is, like, very accommodating. He said scotch and peppers. Head.
Maybe it'll like this.
Like a head of cheese? Or head cheese?
Head. A-S-B-E. Head.
Nope. Let's keep trying.
I thought I was a genius with that one.
Maybe this will do the trick?
I will go through all objects.
Rosa, you ping pong. Ahead.
Guess that wasn't it either. Huh. This might do it.
Toilet paper?
Maybe.
I mean, he's been... How long has he been in there?
Lady, you are school and dirt for losing.
Keep that up, and I won't help you anymore.
Let's see if this will do it.
We're out of items from the
Ready to be
labs.
done with this.
Hurry, clocks, lady. The head. 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 No snacks. Head is top of all up and down. At the top. The top head.
Wait, does this thing actually mean head? Head is in a body's head? Where the hell am I gonna find that?
The helmet to a
How do they
spacesuit?
use it?
That's the only thing I can think of. Ow. There is darkness in there that I should probably get rid of. I think that's part of what I... What are the eliminate the darkness? Yup. So I need to get in there with a flashlight of some sort. I also need to get to fast travel point. I think there was a helmet in the sector head office, if I'm remembering correctly. There it is.
A helmet. For a head. Is that what the prisoner meant? I guess there's only one way to find out.
Fast travel. There are spotlights in here, I think. No, there wouldn't be, because this was a boss fight room. But I'm sure I could find one and bring it all the way back. Here you go.
Ahead, River Chicken Station. Far tastier. Press any button?
So the helmet is what you're after, huh?
Tubes, snug and grape, pure grapes. Hail a lady.
You're welcome, I guess. Did Kirkland lock you up in here?
Chief Trouble? Yes. Teddy's long around, but holdout's unhappiest. Can gather for goldfishes. No wrinkle.
Okay. Well, sounds like you're doing fine in there now. Just make sure you don't go anywhere.
Jelly.
At least we helped this guy.
Thin space. 500% projectile speed, exclusive to charge. Do I already have a projectile speed? I do. There's legendary mods now.
Best we do get locked up, though. We have no idea what it is, and we don't need any more problems out
Well, I gotta see it.
here.
Yeah, there's got to be a flashlight somewhere. Still didn't find the last flower, I'm realizing as well. Or did I? I did. I didn't. So it's in here somewhere. There it is.
Here's some sunshine to brighten your day. It's artificial, though.
It's better. So if I get mods from quests, they still pop in.
How does that work? And that's the last one. I should appoint someone to take care of these guys. Supervisor of Houseplant Well-Being.
I'd do that job. I don't exactly have a green thumb, but I would like to look after the plants. I don't want to dash because I might damage it. Then how am I supposed to get... Huh. There aren't any in this room. And I don't think there were any up there. So the only other way I could think you'd get a flashlight into that room would be from tossing it through the hole in the service ducts. Oh, no, it's right here. I was overthinking it.
All right, Ati. Was this what you had in mind?
Eagle Limited. So now I have to go to the Eagle Limited area. All right.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon, people treat me different.
Oh, you're
I'm
gonna
crazy.
You're gonna
for wanting to
repeat
work
this?
with altered items. People
I heard all
don't
this.
understand the altered items like I do, you know? I don't want to brag, but it does take a very empathetic mind to connect with the items.
Doesn't want to brag. Right.
All right, Eagle is next. So, what do we have here? We have a mold.
There you are. Anyway.
And the two darkness.
Still, I don't know why people are...
Oh yeah, we did the plants. So it's just the darkness and the mold. And Hartman.
making it so personal. I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals, scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves, like it's a race, and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone else. He was Trench's golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's just gonna talk forever.
Make it home for meal time, so I have my neighbor check in on Alfred at 7 o'clock if I'm not mistaken. She's very nice. Her name is Maria. She's been here ever since. She has a couple
Ooh. We can shoot him in the little foot. Okay. There we go. Being able to grab enemies with launch when they're at low health is basically just a free kill. It would be interesting if they stayed alive while you were holding them, but I also get why they didn't do that. Shield kills reload efficiency. 35%. Same percentage. I got weapon mod. Get rid of it. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the game wants me to go this way and then around and through. Yeah, because that door is sealed. Okay. Okay. That's weird. Vigorous dodge efficiency. I see. It's gonna be a whole thing.
Director Faden. Send a ranger to my position.
We're in this together. Too fast! Too fast for you to dodge. Okay. You Something killed me. I shot my gun and died. Oh god. You are mine now. I always forget how tricky combat gets in this game sometimes. We appreciate the clarity of yellow paint, or in this case, yellow tarp. Ah. It's a dead letter. Not like an internal office report, like...
And that's 3. That should take care of any bad karma, or whatever. But how did that first letter get in here? I wonder if I could track it to the source.
We'll have to look into that when we leave this area. That's mold men. Why are there mold men? Ah, because the mold. What's the mold men doing here? Ah, the mold. Our bus director shoves his nerd-like scientist aside and heads to the portal control panel. He slams on. The air ripples as if they were in... Okay.
No AC, no mold spore circulation. But it might get a bit stuffy in here.
Launch speed boost. That's a new one. That's neat. Power's gonna go out, isn't it? Oh, it's a puzzle.
Christ. Did the Hartman thing do all this?
I have to find all the ones that have blue wires. Although, I can also do this, it looks like. That's one for that. Where's the other yellow wire go? Here.
Reminder, the law of three also applies to all faucets within the oldest house. Be mindful and don't cause any aquatic misconduct. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Oh, this is the way forward. No, no, no. We're not going forward yet. All right. That's orange. The other orange wire is here. And we have 3 cores. So where is core number 3? Do we not have 3 cores? Ah. Follow the wire to here. That opens up this guy. And now we can get the 4 plugs for that room. So, blue, 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 and blue. Shielded dodge efficiency. All right. Now we progress. We proceed. We progress. I mean, I guess we do. All right. Open the door. Eagle Limited, AWV.
Lots of dark corners to hide in. Okay, let's get the lights on and clear him out.
I didn't know he grabbed you. No, that's too close range. Okay. Come on. Lower into position.
Where's it running off to now?
Well, there's bits of darkness that I can eliminate in this room. I have to pick up the flashlight. I mean, I assume there is, because I'm pretty sure the challenge is still to clear out the darkness in this room. I did see a chunk of it. Ah, man. I mean, hey, maybe they're, somewhere.
Agent Guthrie, interrogation 4C, the limited incident and its subsequent state alteration.
Look, buddy, I have no clue what you're talking about.
So you deny being a part of a radical group aiming to affect inanimate objects in a manner that would yield unusual results?
Yeah, I deny. But hey, tell me more about these results. They sound real unusual.
I'm sure you recognize that the measures this group of yours takes to achieve their goals can be considered acts of terrorism.
Goals? Measures? You're being very vague. Did you know you're being very vague?
All right, 62 dead. Passengers and crew, innocent people. Still sound vague to you?
You might as well stop wasting both our time. I won't say anything, and you can't say anything. I know you can't.
Tell you what I can do. I can throw your sorry ass in one of our cozy containment cells. You can rot there until you're ready to talk. Or you could just save us both the trouble and tell me all about how you're going around creating altered items. How's that sound? Did you really think we wouldn't catch on to you? We always do. Always. So you might as well come clean. For your sake.
I think I'll just talk to my lawyer. That's not
Oh, is there darkness in here? No. There's a dead guy.
All aboard?
Oh, I see it. Hello? Where did my light source go? Alright. Where does that leave the last one? I did feel like I saw someone when I came in. Like I opened it up and I had the light and it was like immediately somewhere. I mean, if I were darkness, there are a lot of places I could be. Bureau has gathered concrete evidence that the train derailment was in fact a work of a para-criminal group known as Blank, which according to the Bureau's intel shown a concerning interest in experimenting with the artificial manufacturing of altered items. Interesting. Is it under the elevator? I think it could be. But it isn't. But that would have been an interesting place to put it. Oh man, this shit's gonna bug me. I'm just gonna look it up, dude. Oh, wait.
Done. That should make him happy.
You're welcome.
Exclusive to Pierce. Shot charge time minus 100%. Ooh. Custodial readiness. Okay, now you have my attention. Oh! Okay. That's damage. Alright, let's see what's going on with the train.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Good evening, all you fine-looking folks. Here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please. Everyone, stay in your seats. In your seats. Nothing to sir. Sit down. Everyone,
What am I... Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
Maybe we do it in this order.
Ready and enjoy the ride.
Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton,
evening, all you
Carlinville,
fine-looking
and
folks.
Springfield. Tickets,
Here's
please.
some smooth
Tickets.
tunes to ease your minds.
Was that the correct order? Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have a ticket?
No. One-way track. Exclusive to Shatter. Projectile spread minus 100?
You had a pretty dark ride, huh? But I hope you're done replaying it now.
So all shots are just on top of each other. Okay, all of these, like, exotic mods are sick as hell. I'm also going to assume that the chain letter one is, like, fucking attacks in a row or something. Oh, I don't need to go through there anymore. I have to go through the hole in the wall. That's a photo of me. An alert from the Bright Falls, Washington monitoring station indicated minor AWE activity in the area. Agent Estevez dispatched to investigate inside the Cauldron Lake Lodge. She discovered the facility's former owner, Dr. Emil Hartman, had been converted to a shaded individual and displayed violent behavior characteristic. Agent Estevez and the on-site research team alerted the on-site research team of the specimen's presence, and with some difficulty, it was successfully contained in a black rock cell. The cell and its inhabitants were transported safely back to HQ, where the specimen remains detained in the investigation sector as part of the Bright Falls AWE investigation. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Ooh, that's a 5-star shield boost. That's not a secret area? Ain't no collectibles? Oh, there is one. Employee misdemeanor. Motel complaint. Himself in trouble in the motel. Why the hell does anyone volunteer to stake out the place? Gives me the creeps. Plus some footage that they pulled from there. Tom down in evidence processing showed me. I'm sure the camera's pointed at himself half the time. Was that the guy screaming? I want to double check the... Turn to the shifted offices. So that would be my closest fast travel point, is the loading bay.
I guess I should just follow the tube. So you're the one sending out spam mail. And that takes care of that.
Weapon mod spam mail. Exclusive to Spin. 100% weapon damage after each kill. That's juicy.
No more superstitious blackmail.
All right. Put a... No. Yeah. Back to it. We were in the shifted passage. Into the transit bay. I assume he is going to try to get into the Bright Falls AWE again. Right, well, the one thing I wanted to try, since I'm shooting at shit. Alright, so I need to find 4 power cores. Did I shot at all the thingies. Yep. Oh, fuck. So I'm gonna have to turn off the lights.
Another power core.
You're helping me now. Thanks. What gun is that, by the way? Oh, yeah. All right. What am I missing? Ah, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Generating the little balls to eat for HP is rough. If I'm gonna have a secondary at all, why not get the Pierce mod? Because at least it's ready immediately. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He was dead. I killed him. Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah, like, we get it. Yep. Defeat Hartman. Ugh. Ugh, okay. Power core. Where'd you go, buddy? Actually, where did the power core go? Like... What? I'm so confused. No. Come on. There we go. I'm in the light. 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 You're cheating. Is he still there? Fuck, he does a lot of damage. Sick, dude.
Okay, here's the switch.
God. Is there anything in this room? He went through here. Somehow. It's sealed. There we go. All right, well, back to active investigations. We did all the side quests. Yeah, the blending of mechanics is really good. I'm happy that I revisited Alan Wake to do the DLC, or it is technically a revisit, but just to play it for the context.
Director, ma'am, great timing. Hartman just came through here. God, he was hideous. He tore the security door into the Break Falls AWE site wide open. He was so ugly, like, wow. I got a good look at him, and Christ, he does not look like he used to. The hiss must have messed him
Hi,
up
Deep
or
One.
something. He looks like a bar rag that's been twisted by the world's strongest man. Or a monster from some 80s horror movie. You know, back when it was all practical effects? Ugh. Nasty.
Real
Did you say
professional,
something?
Winston.
Remember, I can't hear you. Never mind, just go after Hartman. Oh, so disgusting.
I've written, rewritten.
Let's hear it.
I've written and rewritten. Deconstructed, reconstructed.
I'm fine with both.
Experimented with different voices. Changed the style, changed myself. Forgotten the language, relearned the language. Have I been here before? Gone down this path before? The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. You must know where you've been to know where you're going. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. My notes to myself. The only way to make progress, recap, then write more. The style then. Lose the fat. Make it clear. Ugly. Functional. Present. Be blunt. Only the brutal truth. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, rewrite it. Be clever, make them do the work. Form the image in their minds. They make it, you just imply. Incept. They're drawn to the mystery, obsessed. You set it up, they put it together. Their interpretation, and there's only one because you give them no choice. They believe in it because it's theirs now.
Okay.
Darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, and rewrite it. They are drawn to the mystery.
It was nice of him to not destroy the elevator on his way down. I guess he took it and then sent it back up.
Stuck. Let's go take care of it.
Also very funny that the mission is titled It's Happening Again. They are not subtle about the frequent... Oh, balls on a ass. They have not been subtle about the Twin Peaks parallels. Anyway, hit the button again. Hatchet, is Thomas Zane real or not? I still don't know.
Thank you for meeting with us again, Dr. Hartman.
It's my pleasure, gentlemen. I hope the information I provided thus far has been of some small use.
It's been invaluable, Doctor. Really, we have a much clearer picture of this event, thanks to your accounts.
Well, I do consider myself a keen observer of...
We did have one question, though. You mentioned in an earlier conversation that your patients displayed, and I'm paraphrasing here, unnatural abilities that you in fact encouraged during their time in your lodge. It'd be very helpful if you could fill us in on the details there.
Of course. Like yourselves, I work to understand and even bend the rules of our earthly paradigm. My patient's well-being was paramount, of course, but I would hardly be a man of science if I did not reach out at the underlying truth. As I stated in my written proposal, I believe working alongside your organization could be greatly beneficial to both parties. Sharing notes, as they say.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all we need to hear. Remy?
Dr. Emil Hartman, you have been found in breach of codes 4, 8, and 74 of the Federal Bureau of Control Criminal Offenses.
What? You can't do this? I am a well-connected man. You're making a dire mistake, my friend.
You will be detained until further notice, and all personal property will be confiscated, including
including the Cauldron Lake Lodge. That's preposterous. You can't just seize my property. I'm a United States citizen. I have rights. That lodge is my life's work. I'm offering you years of research.
Get him out of here.
You're making a mistake. You have to listen to me. You have to listen.
Interesting. So he was becoming increasingly aware
I've forgotten again. I had a plan. I know it. I've forgotten.
he's still in there. I think that's hiding a loading screen while it loads the model.
He's coming. I've got to get out of here. Dive deep.
Why did he scream at me? That was unnecessary, sir.
Whatever is going on with Wake, he clearly needs some help.
Why is there breathing? Mood, honestly. Doesn't project out into the hallway, huh? Squeaky.
Going in bad. The story needed many beginnings, many springs, streams that turned into a river, a flood, and then an ocean. This was one. Wake used the materials he had, the connections he had, the people, the places. Wake put them in to make it true. His wife, the psychiatrist, his city. These connections, like magnets, move things. Alice was a conduit. She'd been in the dark place. The thing that had been Hartman sensed her near, sensed Wake through her. Went berserk, broke loose. Wake made sure Alice was already gone by then. Safe. The more springs, the more the story became real. The more people believed. Cause and effect. It was extremely delicate and hard work. It had to go through the path of least resistance where success was most likely. Where there was a connection already. Wake felt the pressure grow in his head. Going mad. Wake had to escape. Right. His escape. He was already out. He wanted to make it true. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special, something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. Something that can't be translated. Translated. Wake channeled Burroughs and Bowie. He cut up sentences and words. Orange peel. You are home. Insane. He put them in a shoebox. He pulled out the words. Wake created a Dada's poem. He'd try anything once. Or had he tried this before?
Okay.
Wake had to escape, right? His escape. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special, something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence.
Okay. Good thing there's a light right here.
Another replica. Like the one they made for Ordinary.
All right. I'm just gonna stand in the light for a minute while he goes away from there. Hi, buddy. You're doing something, right? Yeah. Have fun. How's that pursuit of power and knowledge going for you? Where are we at with the power? Like, do we have enough units to turn the power on? Ooh, wait. Threshold manifestation. The citizens of Bright Falls gathered in the town's southwestern fields of the annual festival known as Deerfest. Eyewitnesses claim that the day had been sunny, confirmed by reviews of the area's weather, but then with no warning, a thunderstorm appeared in the direction of the Anderson farm, and a tornado rose from Cauldron Lake. Torrential rain that followed caused a flash flood, as if the day had turned to night. Frank Breaker, sheriff of Bright Falls, formerly a bureau agent, managed to guide the crowd to safety as the festival grounds were destroyed. The festival was canceled, ending in one day early. Lack of official bureau presence on the scene makes this event difficult to report as a confirmed AWE, though the similarity to the other events in Bright Falls area lend credence to accounts.
Langston was right. You are pretty rough on the eyes.
When's the ad phase? I'm kind of waiting for it. Boom. Boom. I'm stuck. So the two things inside of him are not opposed, but struggling to blend. You son of a bitch. Not what I wanted to pick up. Thank you. Don't I have the anti-armor thing on? I do. Does that count as armor? Oh, fuck off. I was asking for the ads, so they did show up. Thank you, Ati, for the best weapon mod. Yeah. Not what I wanted to pick up. I wanted to pick up the power core. I don't have the energy to pick up the power core. God damn it. The darkness is fucking healing him. I can't out DPS the darkness. Not unless each phase he's getting weaker. That regens some of his health. Awesome. God damn it. Just gotta keep shooting. Just gotta keep shooting. I think I stun locked him from doing the stomp. What the? I'm dodged! What is that horse cock? I can't shoot. There we go. Jesus.
Hartman won't be a problem anymore, Langston. But investigations need someone to run it. Interested?
I've seen what happens to sector heads, ma'am. No, thank you. Ma'am, I'm getting something on my terminal here, an AWE alert from Bright Falls, Washington.
Oh?
It might be a glitch. The date's all wrong, a couple of years in the future. And we're in lockdown. There shouldn't be any incoming signals.
Maybe it was active before we went into lockdown? Are there agents on site?
Let me check. Agent Estevez is the field agent in charge of monitoring the site.
Oh?
So she should be there to let us know if the situation has been through any major changes recently.
Things set in motion. If the alarm's true, then so is the reason for the alarm. The effect must follow the cause. It's happening again. A return. You have been warned.
So yeah, Alan Wake 2, real.
This must be where they studied Hartman. Kinda looks like Dylan's cell. I wonder if they treated him as badly.
Probably. On the day of the flooding, the rock band Old Gods of Asgard was rehearsing in a field outside of Anderson Farm, the homestead of the band members Odin and Tor Anderson, both admitted to being in a heavy state of inebriation at the time, having spent days drinking in their home-brewed moonshine while celebrating Deerfest. After the townspeople were evacuated from the flooded field, Sheriff Breaker was asked by Freya Anderson, daughter of Tor, to check on her father and uncle. Breaker drove to the Anderson farm and found the band members alive, but in need of medical aid. Tor had been struck by lightning, and Odin had cut out his own right eye. Possible reference to the Norse deities Thor and Odin. Yeah. They claimed they had fought and valiantly defeated a dark enemy of the Scratching Hag rising from Cauldron Lake. The AWE of 1970, relating to the suspected disappearance of Thomas Zane at Diver's Isle. While impossible to verify, these events are relevant to the occurring AWE at Bright Falls and the Cauldron Lake. Odin and Tor have been listed as persons of interest. I see. Am I gonna die? Yeah. I'm gonna die.
This is the director. I need backup at my location.
Let's do this!
Oh, hey! It's a stack of cans. All screenshots of the game. Of the town. That's effectively a map. Yeah, because there's the dock. There's the church. Do you fucking mind? Okay. Now there's just the big guy. Throw him. I don't know if they're hitting him or not. Apparently not. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Never ending, huh? Oh, for fuck's sake. That jump scared me. Genuinely gave me a big ol' fright. Why are so many things spawning in this room?
This is Director Faden. Send a ranger to my position.
Is there anything else in here? Ah, we have to start from wave 1 again. Okay. I'm partially convinced that getting through each of these waves will eventually yield a result, but I don't know if that's true. So instead, I'm just going to head back to Central.
We gotta be methodical. Clean out every last hiss. Man, look at me now.
Where are the files on parasitic entities I asked for?
I found a couple of relevant files in Dr. Darling's office. I'd have to dig through the archives for the rest, but I'm not going through the Panopticon. Not with the altered items loose.
Then go see if any ranger squads are available for a file retrieval mission.
The altered items are also no longer loose. I got them all.
There's no way this happened by accident. I'm telling you. The board arranged this to whittle down our numbers, to prepare...
Can't you just process these staff files quietly? I don't want to hear this.
You don't want to hear how we're just sheep being led to slaughter by our own ignorance? Fine.
Interesting theory.
Good to see you, man.
But based on the fact that the board doesn't want anything to do with it.
Hey, I found a file on the old director, Northmore. Didn't list any dated death. You know anything about that?
Could be an error. The record staff process a lot of data. Maybe it just slipped through.
Yeah, maybe.
I like the carabiner and the water bottle on the vest. Nice detail. Hope we get that gear when we play as them. There he is.
Fuck, this place is a
Just looking around now. Puppy. We basically did everything, though.
The director shut it down. No problem. It's a huge victory.
It's just the side missions, but we've done it all. Oh, he sent me a postcard from Watery, Washington. America's little Finland. Crazy person works hard and a wise person gets away with less. Oh, the Alice Wake interview. The interview conducted with Agents Shaw and Dempsey revealed that Mrs. Wake had recurring nightly visitations from her missing ex-husband in her New York apartment. Mr. Wake appears out of nowhere and rushes at her down the corridor. According to her impression, he appears crazy and horrifying, clearly coming at her with violent intent. Mrs. Wake believes that he is haunting her, insisting he is not Alan, but a fucking monster in his body. True. Mrs. Wake has not been sleeping out of fear for these visits. Her attempts to keep the lights on through the night result in the relevant hallway's light bulb breaking every night. Further investigation required. We propose installing monitoring equipment in the apartment.
What are you talking about? I told you 100 times this conspiracy or
But we beat the game. We cleared it. Did all the DLC. We are understanders now. And really, all I can say is just... I'm so excited. I did see that Alan Wake 2 is currently on sale. I don't have dollars in my bank account. But it would be cool. Okay, so the character you play as is not Estevez. It is Saga Anderson. Okay. That's the one thing I was curious about. I checked the page real fast. Like, I remember in the trailers and stuff, there's an FBI agent, but I didn't remember if that was like the agent or not. Yeah. I'm excited. We're going to be playing through Alan Wake 2 as soon as we can get our hands on it. And then we'll be playing through FBC Firebreak when that launches and releases. I said it at the same time. That drops on the 17th. So we've got 1, 2, 4 weeks. 4 weeks until we get the co-op one. We're gonna be playing a bit more Hard Space Shipbreaker. And then all of that in the meantime, why don't we send some love along to another streamer who's streaming. Looking at the list here. I guess Pokey. Go raid Pokey. Yeah, in terms of like proper schedule, I don't got one for the next couple days. Tomorrow, I believe we'll be doing some tabletop on Nyx's channel. the next, like, Tuesday to Friday? Up in the air. Up in the air. I don't think I'll have a former schedule for it, but I am going to try to do some Hard Space Shipbreaker. That's the main thing. Just so I can try my best to get to the end of it, or play through it as much as I have the energy to. And then we'll figure it out from there. I know Next Fest is coming up, so that's pretty exciting. And I'll be looking at some of the demos for that, do a dedicated stream for that. But in the meantime, I'm gonna chill for a bit. So I guess tune in next time when we'll be cutting up ships. Say hi to Pokey. And yeah, tune in next time. I already said that. I get worse every stream. Every stream I make, I get worse and worse. Like, I think I have to get to a point where I just stop streaming, right? That's all I can think to do. Just quit. Getting pretty close to it. We'll see.